I apologize. Can you roll call one more time?
Councilmember Wolfert, are you online?
Present. I can now hear you.
Thank you. There is a.
Okay, thank you, Garrett. We're going to have a pledge of allegiance. All those who want to participate, please stand. And I have asked Councilmember Tyler to lead us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna have our invocations going to be by somebody dear to the town. That would be Robert Stanley, our IT director, and he's also a licensed pastor.
Universal Life Church. Yes, sir.
Universal Life Church.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to present this tonight. So tonight, as we gather to conduct business of this town, we pause to acknowledge the weight and privilege of the work before us. We're not merely here to manage a budget or pass ordinances. We're here to lay the cornerstone of a legacy. We are reminded by the ancient wisdom found in the Tree of Life version of the Bible. By wisdom, a house is built, and by understanding, it is established. Proverbs 24:3. It is this understanding we seek tonight, a clarity of purpose that transcends our individual perspectives. The prophet Isaiah further defines our shared calling, reminding us that our ultimate purpose is to be repairers of broken walls and restorers of streets with dwellings. As we build this town from the ground up, may we have the wisdom to construct foundations sturdy enough to support our children's children. Grant us the patience to listen to one another with grace as we lay these stones, and the shared vision to see past the dirt and the roads of today. Help us to see the vibrant, unified community that is rising from our collected effort. May we lead with such integrity and compassion that it may truly be said of our town, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers and sisters to dwell together in unity. And that's from Psalm 133:1. So let's move forward tonight with a common goal, a steady hand, and a spirit of service to every resident of this community. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. I might take this opportunity if everyone would be so kind to mute their phone. That would be probably helpful for all of us moving forward. And the mayor's going to do the same thing. So I include myself in that. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 4. This is the mayor and council report. It's a summary of current events. The mayor and council members may present a brief report on current events. This is an information item only. Council shall not propose, discuss, deliberate, or take legal action on the information presented. We're a little light today, but we'll go down the line. We'll start with Councilmember Jenkins.
Okay, so I went to the Santan Valley Spring Festival, and it was really cool because the staff members had a booth. They were giving out candy, and it was just beautiful to see them all there, you know, so I thank them for doing that. And then some of the things that are coming up I wanted to talk about was some of the cleanup efforts. There's on Saturday, April 25th, there's a Love Your Community Cleanup Day on Saturday the 25th from 7 to 10. And I believe you would come here. You do sign up and register. So that's online, or I can give you this QR code if you want to come up. The other thing that same day is there's a bulk trash event at the Santan Maintenance Yard. So I wanted everybody to make sure you can gather up your stuff between 7 and 1. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jenkins. We'll go to Councilmember Tyler.
I don't have anything.
Okay, Councilmember Wolfert.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm currently at the Arizona Association for Economic Development's conference, spring conference here in Tucson. So I apologize for not being there presently. Just one event that I was made aware of. There is a Santan Valley Communities HOA Roundtable that'll be taking place next Friday, April 24th, at 6 o'clock, I believe, at the Santan Heights Community Center. There is, I believe, a link that's being circulated to register for that event. Besides that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hudgens.
There was a number of things that I was thinking about that I could report on tonight to the community. But the thing that I decided to report on is my friend Andrea Walker. Andrea is a resident here in Santan Valley. She lives in Santan Heights. She was a supporter of the incorporation effort, fought to incorporate this community, went door to door getting signatures, and now she finds herself in a greater fight against cancer. And so I'm wearing this pin tonight in her honor. And I have some extra pins that I'll pass out to staff and council if you guys like to wear that. But I think highlighting those who are suffering from the way that this world is not supposed to be in the form of cancer. And I think there are ways we as a community can engage in that fight. And one of them that I think of is we're very fortunate here in the East Valley to have the leading cancer treatment facility in the world in MD Anderson. And that's because the municipality became attractive and recruited that facility to be able to come here. And I think there's ways that we as a council can do that as a town. The second thing is my hope for this community is that when people look at Santan Valley, they see a community of neighbors that look out for one another, that care for each other at the most basic human levels. And if you know somebody in our community that has cancer, I would just encourage you, reach out to them. You have no idea how much a card, a text, a visit in the home, bringing a meal, prayer can do for people. And so just my hope is that we would be a community that would really see people who are suffering, going through some of this. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. Our thoughts and prayers will be with her. Some of the things that were already added is what I attended, the Spring Festival and other events like that. So we're going to move on to item number 5. This will be the town manager report. This will be an informational item only. Council should not propose, discuss, or take legal action on information presented. Brent.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayors, members of the council. Unfortunately, it's another long one this evening, but I'll go through it quite quickly. First, I wanted to bring to the community's attention that the annual Pinal County Peace Officers Memorial Service is Thursday, May 7th at the County Sheriff's Memorial at 971 North Jason Lopez Circle in Florence. The event starts at 6:30 p.m. There'll be a procession at 6:50 and then a service at 7 p.m. If you've never attended this event, it's really a great event to attend and celebrate those folks that gave their lives for the duty of the citizens of Pinal County. The second one is Mayor and Council. I'm still looking for some additional recommendations for the manager's budget task force. I've received a couple of recommendations, but if you have some time to give me a recommendation for that group, it's something that I would like to set up expeditiously because we'll meet in May. Next is my bi-weekly update on the zoning code and to remind everybody of upcoming public meetings. April 21st will be the next public meeting on the zoning code update, followed by the third meeting, which is May the 12th. And then finally, the public hearing and potential adoption by the board will take place on June 1st of this year. One of the updates I'd like to provide, and I'm very proud to provide it, is yesterday, our mayor, our vice mayor, and Mr. Quist to my left sat as panelists at a statewide event in Scottsdale called the ULI CAGRD Council. And they did a fine job. The
It's a group of business leaders, developers, engineers, architects, lawyers from around the state, kind of a who's who of development in the state of Arizona. And they had an all-day session and graced us with being able to go up and present the Santan Valley story. And I got some calls today. It was very well received. And thank you so much, Mayor and Vice Mayor, for participating. And we put our best foot forward, and I think we'll get returns on events like that and being able to participate. But I wanted the greater community to know about the commitment that our electeds have to sharing the message to anybody who would hear it of Santan Valley. The next one is I sent out an email. The League of Arizona Cities and Towns on an annual basis has a series of committee meetings to discuss potential legislation for next year's legislative session. There are a total of 5 different boards. I have appointments to Neighborhoods, Sustainability, and Quality of Life. That would be Vice Mayor Tyler. I have Budget, Finance, and Economic Development. That's Councilmember Rupert Wolfert. I've got Transportation, Infrastructure, and Public Works, Mayor Schneff. But I still have 2 appointments that we need to make for Public Safety, Military Affairs, and Courts, and General Administration, Human Resources, and Elections. So if anyone on the council is interested in attending and taking part in those meetings, please let me know. We'll get you down. I have to get these to the league by Friday. So if not, we'll go with the 3 we got. Next, I had the pleasure of meeting with the mayor, the vice mayor, and some members of staff with a member of our community named Brian McCoy last week. Brian has made it his goal to create a chamber of commerce for Santan Valley. And he's gone as far now as landing a 501c6 organization, nonprofit, with respect to that chamber. And it was a pleasure to sit down, have a conversation, hear what his vision is for a chamber, and offering fellowship and partnership with the town of Santan Valley into bettering this place. And then it did my heart good today. The vice mayor and I went over and met with Maria from CAC. And it just so happens that our meeting was following the first chamber meeting that was held over at CAC today. So not only did we meet and have a conversation about the aspirations of a chamber, but clearly there was a follow through if there was a meeting today. So I think that's a wonderful thing. Councilwoman Jenkins brought this up. If you want additional information, love your community cleanup day. She mentioned that it's Saturday, April 25th. You gather at 7 a.m. At this location before heading out. I guess what they do is they make assignments. They put you in groups and you go clean up streets and pick up trash and do any number of things. And it's something that the county's done for quite some time. And the county wanted to include us in terms of Santan Valley this year. So you can expect to see Santan Valley staff out participating in that event as well. The next one that I have is one of the first requests that council made of Robert, who gave our prayer this evening, was that they would really like to see a quality town website for the town of Santan Valley. Robert did a lot of research, talked to different folks, and there are some new requirements federally now. You can't just throw together a website anymore. There are a bunch of ADA accommodations that have to be made with respect to that website, and there's a limited number of providers who can do that and satisfy federal law. He was coming back to me and saying, well, we got this option for $30,000. We got this option for $40,000. And I'm proud to say that Robert worked hard on this. And I think many of you know, before he came to us at Santan Valley, he was actually working for Arizona State University. We've been able to craft an agreement with ASU to have students put together our website through their ASU Enterprise Technology program at a significant cost savings of what it would have cost to hire another entity to build the website and host it. And I think it's an even better message in that we're going to enlist the help of some young people that aspire to greater things and get them involved and excited about Santan Valley. So I think that's an exciting thing. I wanted to share that with everybody this evening. Next, another one of the things that has been a request of Robert is internet security. How we're going to handle our data, our network solutions. He's been working very hard on that, and we had the opportunity to meet with a high quality consultant last week, and we'll be moving forward with high tech network and security solutions and working on our own networking and our own security. So more thanks go out to Robert with respect to that. And then as the final item, the coup de grace, if you will, I'm proud to present a video from our very good partners, Rural Metro Fire, and share that with everyone. If Robert can pull that up and provide it. While he is doing that, I hope everybody got to see the beautiful new red truck outside. That's actually Chief Garrett's new red Santan Valley fire truck, fire chief truck, if you will. So I had him park it right out front so everybody could see it. And I'm super excited because in the real near future, we're going to have a brand new ladder truck for Santan Valley. We're going to park it outside as well. Mr. Mayor, that's all I had.
Thank you, Brent. There was a lot of good information in there, and we're appreciative of yours and the staff's hard work running up to things to July 1st. This is going to move us to, and thank you to Rural Metro for providing that video to us. We're happy to view that and to see that they are getting read out in our neighborhoods. Okay, we're going to move to item number 6. This is a recognition of Garrett Glover, and it's a little somber moment for us as a council. This is an individual who does work for the county, but his boss, the county recorder Dana Lewis, was very gracious to allow him to come in and be the county's first clerk, interim clerk. But we are grateful for him, and we couldn't probably give him enough kudos for the work that he did for us and provided the service that we needed as the clerk of the town. And so this is kind of sad for us to see him step away, but he does have a full-time job. So he has to get back to that because we got a lot of elections coming up, don't we? And so we're thankful for him. So this is a recognition on our part for Garrett. And we're going to turn the time over to Janet, our HR director. I assume you have a little bit of something for us.
Yes, I do, and I apologize for my voice, but good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. On October 1st, 2025, the council appointed Garrett Glover as interim volunteer town clerk. Garrett stepped into this role at a critical time for the town. In doing so, he demonstrated exceptional professionalism, reliability, and commitment to public service. Garrett, on behalf of the mayor, the town of Santan Valley, and the vice mayor and council members, we extend our sincere appreciation for your time and your commitment to this community. Even though today marks your last meeting with us, we hope you still come back and visit. We do have a little gift for you. And at this time, please join me in celebrating Garrett.
I would like for us council members that are here, if we could take a photo with Garrett. This is it. And we appreciate, we're going to have this for history. Get in. Yes.
Come join us. Oh, Brent wants to get in.
My friend. All right, we're gonna need to squeeze together a little bit.
In between the two giants.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do one more. All right, very nice.
I'll make you.
I think I would like to take a point of privilege for the council right now. If the council would like to make any comments regarding Garrett and his service, I think this would be appropriate time. Sorry, Council Member Wolford, that you weren't in this photo. We'll try to crop you in if that's possible. But why don't we go down with Councilmember Jenkins, if you have anything?
I do. Garrett, you've been amazing, and I appreciate you standing up to do this service for us. It was a blessing to go through the election tour that we did. I love that. I enjoyed it so much. Anything that I've asked of you, you get it to me right away. And I just think you're amazing, and you're going to do amazing things.
Thank you. Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, it's a huge thank you. You were here from the start, and I guess you're kind of our trainer. We learned everything from you. So couldn't say more good things about you. I wish you the best of luck. Whatever you run for, I will vote for you. You're just a fantastic individual, and if you guys have any questions, this guy has the answer. So thank you for all your efforts. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Wolford.
Yeah, my biggest regret right now is not being there to really congratulate our great friend Garrett Glover. From the very beginning, he has demonstrated so much just competence, professionalism, the kind we needed to get a town of Santan Valley's size off the ground. I do believe you are just going to do so many amazing things. You're so young, and like I said, you will forever have my endorsement, my friendship, and just the utter belief that you are part of our town's history, and that will never go away. So thank you for everything, and we'll be seeing you on TV.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Garrett, I'm going to submit to Apple to change Hey Siri to Hey Garrett. The amount of times that I've seen something in our meeting that you knew the answer to or were able to pull up very quickly was tremendous. Apple's been needing to update Siri for a long time, so I think iOS Garrett would be a major improvement. And so I just want to thank you. I remember our first council meeting. None of us could really talk as a council how this meeting's going to go because of open meeting law. We weren't sure how this was going to happen, but because of Garrett and Alan and your guys' like setup for this, you made us look great, made the town get off on the right foot, and we appreciate your service. Thank you.
And I'll harken back to what I've said before about this young man. He's got a bright future, and there's one thing that I know for sure is the county doesn't ever want him to go anywhere. Dana made that clear to me today when I saw her, but we would have been lost and in trouble if we didn't have a clerk, number one, but lost without him helping us and directing us and guiding us for this new adventure that we're in with this town. A lot of it, some of us haven't been in a position like this before, and the guidance that he gave us, and you send him a message or an email and he was right back. And that couldn't have been more appreciative. So Garrett, thank you. You'll always be a member of the town of Santan Valley family. And for all that you did, we appreciate it. I don't know if Garrett has anything to say, but we appreciate it.
Thank you very much, council, for all those kind words. It's been a great adventure with this town. It's been so fun. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to help serve this wonderful community, and I'm very grateful for everything. If you ever need me, always going to be part of the Santan Valley, even though on paper I'm not going to be employee, but you've got my number.
That's right. We thank you. Okay. Well, with that, unfortunately, we have to move on from this great opportunity to give praise to someone who really filled some gaps here. And if you look at that one piece that you got, I think it's a puzzle piece, right? I don't know if you looked at it yet.
We can do an unboxing.
That piece represents, he was a piece of the puzzle. And so giving him that piece of the puzzle makes so much appropriate sense for us to give that to him, because he was a big part of the beginning of this town and what we put together. So thank you again. And thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. Yeah. I think you can tell he's well liked, but we really like Dana too. So don't. We're going to move on to item number 7. This is our consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda may be approved by one motion and one vote. Any council member may remove an item for consent from the consent agenda for a separate discussion and consideration. At this point, is there any consent item A, B, or C that the council would like to remove, further discuss, or motion?
Mayor, I motion that we approve the consent agenda for items A, B, and C.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion, second by Councilmember Jenkins. All in favor, say aye.
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 There you are. Okay, any opposed? I guess we all have a unanimous aye. So A, B, and C will move forward. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to item number 8. This is our action agenda. Our first one is going to be item number 8A. This will be a presentation by Audra Koster Thomas, MAG Executive Director. I hope I said that right. I'm so sorry if I didn't. This will be a presentation, discussion, and possible action for approval of the MAG membership via resolution number 2026-14.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Audra and I have known each other and worked together for a very long time. And not only is she a wonderful person and a professional, but I think it's important to let everybody know that she is the first ever woman executive director of the Maricopa Association of Governments. And so thank you for coming out and gracing us this evening, and we really look forward to your presentation.
Well, Mayor Schnepp, members of council, and Brent, thank you for that lovely introduction. It's a pleasure to be out presenting you today about the Maricopa Association of Governments and your consideration this evening for joining our membership. And so I'm going to, Brent asked me to give a brief presentation over what we do at MAG. And so I'll try to be as brief as possible. We'll run through that. If you should consider moving forward with membership to MAG and see that favorable, we would pull that forward for regional council consideration next month. And I am joined today by Mireya Ramirez, who would be presenting that on your behalf to our membership of 32 member agencies. MAG, maybe? Maybe?
All right, one more time.
Hey, there we go. All right. Thank you so much. We'll start a little bit talking about MAG's history. We're about 60 years old, a nonprofit organization, 501c4, based on the principle that local governments, those who are closest to the people, should have the primary responsibility for addressing local needs and making decisions accordingly. We provide a forum for research and discussion, and we take particular pride on studying regional issues and pulling together the opportunity to collaborate to find solutions to big problems. This is the MAG region. It is actually quite large. It's the second largest regional government in the country. All of Maricopa County, and then after the 2010 census, as the urbanized area, as you are all acutely aware, started to grow into northern Pinal County, or boundaries were expanded to pick up the town of Florence and the city of Maricopa. We have currently 32 member agencies, and we cover over 10,000 square miles, so that's the equivalent of New Jersey or Maryland. Our population totals are over 5 million. If we were our own state, we'd be the 25th largest state. So just to give you some context about the power of regionalism specifically at MAG is significant. It makes our jobs really fun because it is a diverse amount of land area. We get to have challenges that are unique to different parts of our region, but it is challenging to be that large and pull everyone together to find solutions that make sense for such diverse circumstances. This is our regional council. At the Maricopa Association of Governments, especially an agency as large as ours, we're privileged to have every one of our members serve at our decision-making table. We call that regional council. It's typically the mayor, the highest serving elected officer of an organization. As I've mentioned, we have 27 cities and towns in 3 native nations, in addition to the 2 counties of Maricopa and Pinal that are represented on our regional council. Others in the Midwest and East Coast, my peers in the Midwest and East Coast, there are many more fragmented levels of government when you head east and north. And so in those circumstances, there's hundreds of member agencies, and not everyone gets to serve on regional council. It's what I love working about MAG. All of our mayors get to serve at the table and have the voice that are equal. So if you chose membership, your voice is just as powerful. Your vote is just as powerful as the 5th largest city in the city of Phoenix and Mayor Gallego. We run our work through a committee structure. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but we have a lot of activity. I'm going to spend more of my time talking about what those topical areas are. The green boxes indicate committees that we have that are staff driven. So our cities and towns appoint staff members on those particular topic areas to focus on. Their recommendations come through for consideration by our policymakers. At MAG, only policymakers, those who are elected, get to make policy. The first stop is at management committee, and those are comprised of the town and city managers for each of our member agencies. If it's a transportation issue, it'll go to the Transportation Policy Committee. That's a statutorily defined committee to help implement Proposition 479 and the transportation plan that we have in our custodian to at MAG. And then final decisions are only made at one level, and that's our regional council at the top of that chain. What are our responsibilities? We are both a metropolitan planning organization and a council of government. You'll see this map demonstrating the difference of territory covered by each of those. MAG serves as both an MPO and a council of government. However, for Santan Valley and members in Pinal County, we're only serving the Metropolitan Planning Organization component of that work on your behalf. The Central Arizona Governments serves as the Council of Government component. So that's some of the more human services related activities, the community development block grant activities, Section 208 water quality elements come through CAG. At MAG, your principal focus will largely be transportation. But you'll see the remaining metropolitan planning organizations, they're the hash mark versions, and then the COGs are the underlying color components associated across the state. So talking first about where our responsibilities are derived, first, our principal work comes through the federal government. Ultimately, these areas on the bottom reflect federally delegated responsibility. As I've mentioned already, we're the Metropolitan Planning Organization for this region. That carries the transportation responsibilities with it. MPOs were created about 50 years ago by Congress when members of Congress were seeing that dollars coming from the Department of Transportation were being disproportionately spent in rural parts of states by state DOTs, and they decided they needed to do something to address the growing urban areas around the country. And so they directed the creation of metropolitan planning organizations that empowered local elected officials to directly receive that federal funding and then make decisions that are made the most sense for local communities to deploy those dollars. So that comes with a lot of weight and why MPOs have some power. You'll see the rest of those boxes are related to our environmental work. As I've mentioned already, the water quality management or the Section 208 component of the Clean Water Act. We are the lead air quality planning agency that includes for areas in Pinal County and the solid waste planning agency for the region. Our state responsibilities are focused similarly in these key themed areas. By legislative authority, we're responsible for implementation of the Prop 479 and previous to that, Prop 400 and 300 transportation plans first established by Maricopa County voters back in 1985. Those responsibilities are ultimately codified in state statute. The state treats Maricopa County a little bit differently. We need to go to the state for permission in Maricopa County to have a local tax placed on a ballot for transportation. Pinal County and the rest of the counties in the state can, as you already know, put something directly on the ballot for up to 1 cent. By executive order, we're responsible for population projections. It's one of the early ways we connected with the town and in providing some assistance for you on that front. And you'll continue, should you seek membership to MAG, to have that relationship with us. And then we also do human services work, focused largely on homelessness. And we are responsible for providing recommendations through the continuum of care on human service funding allocations. How are we funded at MAG? You'll see here for fiscal year 26, we have about a 62 or $63 million budget. By and large, those funds come from federal revenues, for which I have already mentioned, that allow us to deliver our transportation program, our environmental work as well, and in addition to our HUD work, which is the housing urban development work around the continuum of care. The half-cent sales tax, known as Proposition 479, we receive funding to implement the plan, that transportation plan. So you'll see that represents approximately a quarter of our funding supporting our transportation work. We're really proud. We work really hard to keep member agency dues very minimal. We try to squeeze as much value out of that federal funding as we can to support the staff and work that complements it. And so you'll see member agency dues represent only about 1% of our overall budget. And then we have some ancillary revenues that come in through a variety of other formats, including some philanthropic or contract work for which MAG facilitates on behalf of stakeholders. You'll see here how we expend that funding. It aligns well with the core areas of our work. Over half of that budget's focused in transportation. Our community initiatives division is the small division that focuses on human services and homelessness work. Our environmental division, as I've already mentioned, in air quality and water quality, they also support the transportation conformity component of air quality work and work hand in hand with transportation. And then you'll see the agency support, which is really the lift of administrative activities that make it all happen. I'm going to focus just quickly on those three areas. Transportation really is our core business at MAG, and we're deriving our work out of these three principal planning documents for which are driven through policy. That regional transportation plan is the long-range vision that's federally required to look at least 20 years out into the horizon and demonstrate a plan for how we plan to spend those federal transportation dollars to alleviate congestion and improve mobility across the region. Our transportation improvement program is probably our most powerful tool at MAG. At the end of the day, ADOT cannot do any project unless it is in our TIP, and that's the same for anyone else in the country. That's the powerful document and demonstrates the control we have over the transportation projects within our region. We have a phenomenal relationship and partnership with ADOT, but ultimately we're the planning and programming agency, and then they implement based on our feedback. What's interesting about the TIP is it's not just publicly funded projects that must appear in the TIP. It's any funded project, including privately funded elements. And that's particularly important because we are in a non-attainment area for air quality. All projects that are, all transportation projects that are regionally significant in our region we must be able to defend that they will not contribute negatively to air quality because we're in non-attainment for three pollutants, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. And then the Regional Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Investment Plan, that's the actual transportation plan that guides the implementation of the half-cent sales tax, as well as the federal funding that's made eligible in both Maricopa and Pinal County for transportation. This is a plan in a different format. You'll see here over the next 20 years what we're able to deliver in our region. Many planned freeway investments, a continuation of transit funding. But I want particularly for this audience to pay some special attention to. I don't know if that's a tangerine color or a bright red color, but in your lower left-hand corner, you'll see program investments. These are deliberate set-aside programs that allow member agencies to submit projects iteratively every few years and allows the region to award funding for the highest priorities in these particular topic areas. Anything that's not italicized are program areas eligible for our Pinal County member agencies. So that means that we're using federal dollars to help fund those programs. Unfortunately, the arterial intersection and emerging technology programs are solely funded by the Maricopa County sales tax and are only eligible to Maricopa County members. Moving on to environmental, again, works in concert a lot with our transportation work. Our air quality work is probably the biggest lift, and that's because we are in a non-attainment for three different pollutants in our region. Ozone's our toughest one. In fact, we're potentially going to have an ozone exceedance tomorrow. We'll see if that ends up panning out. But that's our hardest one. Most of the ozone in this region is outside of our control, yet we have to come up with a plan and find ways to reduce ozone. Only 20% of the ozone in our region is within our control to be able to reduce or address. And so that's become a real challenge for us. We've been working collaboratively with the EPA with some success over the last 2 years to address that moving forward. And then two forms of dust. I don't have my environmental team here, so they won't get mad at me for using the term dust, but PM stands for particulate matter or dust, just different sizes of dust. PM10 is is really what you would consider the dust we experience, whether it's a haboob or a dust storm, things that get kicked up off the road. So certainly in unpaved road conditions, that's where you see PM10. PM2.5 is microns, much smaller than that. That's combustion related things that are related to wood burning or consumer fireworks, which is our hardest one. That's where we see most of our PM2.5 exceedances right around New Year's each year. And we're in non-attainment for both of those as well. We also manage the solid waste management planning, so that's landfills. Not every community has their own landfill. We help that on a coordinated level across the region. We'll actually be endeavoring in a new plan update in the next year. And then Water Quality Management Planning Agency, this is the Section 208 reference. This is only focused in Maricopa County. Central Arizona Governments handles the Section 208 component for those in Pinal County. And then finally, human services work, which I've already mentioned. Most of this is focused in homelessness through the Maricopa Regional Continuum of Care that's focused in Maricopa County. There's a continuum of care covered here in Pinal County. But so many things are intertwined with homelessness, and we're continuing to see that to be an issue, not just in the central core, but across the region. Housing affordability becomes a contributing factor to this. You'll also see heat relief of our deaths in the summertime. Unfortunately, approximately 50% of those are from our most vulnerable, those who are unsheltered. And so it's one of the reasons why this is an intertwined issue, especially as we're continuing to see temperatures increase here in the valley. We do a few other things that I just want to touch on as I close out today. Help to deliver uniform specs and details for engineering. That's not just for Maricopa County. Those specs and details are now adopted across the state. It's one of those legacy issues, projects that we held since 60 years ago when we were first established. One of the things that MAG is known for is our data engine, our ability to analyze data. We have a bunch of PhDs and wicked smart people at our joint, and our regional council is extremely generous with providing us funding support to be able to purchase data, curate data, and turn that into analytics that our member agencies can use to make decisions. But it also feeds our modeling efforts, including what we consider to be the most sophisticated transportation demand model in the country, second only to New York City, that allows us, especially in areas that are unique, high, fast, and growth development areas such as Santan Valley, to be able to really use analytics to help make and inform decisions, not just at a regional scale, but at a local scale as well. So with that, Mayor Schneff, members of council, pleased to be here today. I'm happy to answer any questions as you consider your opportunity to join MAG membership.
Any questions from the council?
I don't have a question, but I did want to make a comment and highlight something that you talked about in your presentation. I wanted to highlight the heat relief centers that MAG does. I've had the pleasure of starting and running like a heat relief center, and it was one of the most rewarding, powerful experiences of my life. Every year, 600 plus people die because of the summer heat. And there's zero reason why anybody should die on our streets due to the heat. With the number of buildings that are running AC that are available during the week, during the weekends, and I would just love for us to get our staff some more information on that heat relief program, and for partners in the community who have space and AC during the summer. We've got a summer coming up. It's already been hot in March. To consider how to partner with MAG and to be able to provide heat relief, because it's a very serious issue and it's growing every single year.
Thank you. Any other council member? Any questions, comments? Councilmember Wolford online? Is he online? Well, so MAG will work very closely with state agencies, correct?
Mayor Schneff, members of council, yes, we pride ourselves in our relationships with many state agencies, whether that's transportation related and ADOT, but yeah, we're here to serve.
Environmental quality, ADQ, all of them. can I ask a question? What in your expertise, in your knowledge, what would be the result of us as a town not being a member of MAG?
Oh.
How would that hinder us?
Mayor Schneff, members of council, that's a really good question. I think what I would say is just an opportunity cost. First and foremost, one of the most powerful parts of us being a metropolitan planning organization, as mentioned already, is the available federal transportation dollars that flow through our agency. That comes to the tune of many millions of dollars each and every year. I mentioned that our program includes varying different investment strategies, including arterial widening, which I imagine is going to be top of mind for a growing, fast-growing community like Santan Valley. Being a member of MAG enables you to submit projects to be considered, scored against, and chase multi-millions of dollars of transportation dollars first and foremost. So I'll just be very candid. That's a large reason why people want to be a member of MAG, is that we have the opportunity to award funding for needs that you have in your community. Second, I think it's the collaboration piece. You have the opportunity to work closely with 32 other members across a very large region that includes other cities and towns, counties, and Native nations. One of the reasons I really like working at MAG is I think it's something we do. Regionalism is something we do really well, very uniquely well, not just in the country, but even just within this state. We pride ourselves on being able to find solutions that address diverse needs, whether it's a fast-growing community like Santan Valley or a established and landlocked community, an urban and dense core like the city of Tempe. We pride ourselves on being able to work with staff of our individual communities and find solutions that are able to work for Wickenburg, Tempe, and Santan Valley, all with different kinds of issues. So you have that opportunity to unlock the potential of working not just with your neighbors here in the Southeast Valley, but also much beyond that. And then I think the third piece I would summarize is what you've already touched on, the opportunity for us to not only champion you, but be advocates for you in working with other agencies and partners. Certainly state agencies, we find ourselves in that position often. ADQ and ADOT are probably the two we work most closely with because of the tenor of the work that we have, but because of the big voice that MAG has and covering as much as we do, I think we're able to find opportunities to champion what you need and find solutions on your behalf.
I like that. Sounds great, because if there's one thing we need is a little bit of leg up with ADOT and with transportation funds. And boy, do we know that we have some challenges out here that would be very helpful. So yeah, thank you for clarifying and getting a little more in depth with that. I appreciate that. Any other further comments or questions? Okay. Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
We appreciate you being here and for your presentation. Okay, being that this is an action item, does the council have any further comments or questions for staff or a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 2026-14 seeking admittance and in participation as a full member of the Maricopa Association of Governments and Metropolitan Planning Organization.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, sounds like the ayes have it. That carries. Great. We'll get to work on that one.
She had me at transportation.
He had you at transportation is what I heard. Okay, we're going to go to item number 8B. This is a proposed fee schedule and notice of intent. This is discussion and possible action to direct staff to post the proposed Santan Valley fee schedule, accompanying report, and notice of intent in accordance with ARS 9-499.15 and return the matter to the council for a final adoption. Okay. Is there any comments from staff on that?
Mr. Robert.
Think we're working.
I guess we'll find out.
Seems like today is the Robert show.
That's right. Indeed, indeed. Let me just make sure this works before we even get started. Yep, good to go. Before I even get started, though, I want to take a second, first of all, to thank Pierce Coleman, whose name is on the presentation there, because there's a heck of a lot of work that went into this, not just by them, but by staff. And I want to thank my staff that have, our staff that have worked together to build this fee schedule, because you'll notice there's a 60-day posting period. Most of us haven't worked here 60 days. You know, like, let's just call it what it is. So I'm going to run through this. It's going to be a quick presentation, but luckily you have 60 days to review the stuff that we're posting on the website. So you'll have lots of chances to check it out. And there is a comment form also on our website. So.
And that's for the public too, correct?
Indeed. It is on our public website, publicly accessible to post comments there. That is the official place that we're going to be accepting comments, not on Nextdoor, not on drive by, hey, what about this comment, but on the actual website. Okay. So what is the purpose of this? We're trying to consolidate the fees for the town into something that's coherent and easy to understand. And also the users of services will pay for the services. And really what that's intended to do is not rely so much on the general fund that's fed by taxes and all that kind of stuff. We're charging services for services that are used. We're charging fees for services that are used. These fees are not set in stone. As the town develops, we're going to develop the fee schedule as well. And it, like I said, it is not set in stone, but we had to get it done quickly. As per AR statutes, by April the 17th, we'll have it posted on the website. And then there's a 60-day public notice period. Now, 15 days prior to council action, there'll be another notice of intent that is also posted. So we plan to have that ready as well for council to vote on. And that vote will look like the June 17th date for the council meeting. So the methodology, since we were in a hurry, we had to get this done. It's not like we rushed through this though. There's so much time put into this, I don't even want to get into it. But what we did is we looked at our local municipalities. We checked out what others are doing because there's no reason to start from scratch. And we really used Queen Creek as our primary benchmark. They just updated their fee schedule in 2025. So it's good, fresh data. But in order to have a balanced approach to what we were doing, we also utilized Town of Gilbert, City of Chandler for statewide context, clearly leveraging Queen Creek's, but also looking at the City of Maricopa as well, just to make sure that we're balanced and focused on fees that are relevant to our town and services that we offer. As far as building permits and fees go, we recommended using the International Code Council. It's the ICC code that almost everyone uses. And while we're here, the purpose of this was it allows building official to update tables when the ICC publishes new data without always needing constant council action. Right.
Robert?
Mm-hmm.
So the International Code Council, who does all of the different building codes, and then the National Electrical Code as well, they provide a number of different services to folks that are in the building safety world and community. Training, certifications in different job positions. But one of the things they do is they compile a construction valuation index, and they release it twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. And those results are localized. So we are in the West. So in the spring, or this past March, I think, Jim, or April, they published the 2026 construction valuation index. Our fees are directly tied to the construction index. So our fees on building safety for permits are directly tied to the ICC building cost valuations. And it's called a valuation method. It is what most cities, towns, and counties use across the United States, or not the United States, across Arizona. Tucson is a little bit different. Peoria is a little bit different. Mesa handles it in 2 different tiers, but for the most part, everyone utilizes valuation to determine permit costs for different building safety applications. Sorry, Robert, I just thought I'd give them a little bit more insight on how that works.
No, I really appreciate that. All right. And again, Brent just talked about this, so I will continue to move on. Once again, we're relying on Queen Creek's methodology with that ICC valuation that Brent just talked about. So this is the staff recommendation for the council. So that would be the motion recommendation. And again, we have the public notice posted to the website, as well as the fee schedule and the comment form. So with that, that's the end of my presentation, and then staff recommendation.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Any council have any further comments, or do we have any questions for staff? Any at all? Go ahead, Brent.
I just can't help myself.
Well, you're staff.
Councilmember Jenkins, if you look at the fee study report, it might look a little familiar because Maricopa and Queen Creek use the same consultant to do their fee studies, and they're laid out the same way. So it looks a whole lot like Queen Creek and Maricopa. I just thought I'd point that out. In case you don't know, Councilmember Jenkins works for the city of Maricopa.
I would like to ask maybe a question with, probably we kind of gone over it, but what would be the purpose and need for Santan Valley to have a fee schedule? Does anyone want to, Robert or Brent or?
I'll let Brent answer that one.
Okay.
Cost recovery for services provided. That's essentially what it is it's the cost of doing business. Although Robert and I addressed building safety, what we tried to do, and as Robert said, Alan's team, very helpful in terms of coming up with a basis and doing cross comparisons. And then we had many, many meetings amongst our staff. We tried to anticipate those services that we will likely provide in the near future as a town, understanding that these fees can be updated anytime as long as we follow the ARS statute and have the 60-day posting and notice of intent that we're going through today. We tried to anticipate what services we may provide, not just after July 1st, but for first couple of years. So you'll notice there's fees in here for the clerk and planning and engineering and parks and recreation. We don't have a parks and recreation department, but we wanted to be as comprehensive as we could to take a photo of what things look like today, but the services to be provided and the cost for those services for cost recovery for the town.
Okay. And so it could be a little more challenging for the town if we didn't have a fee schedule for providing these services to the public, correct?
We couldn't charge it if we didn't have this. We couldn't charge any fees.
So you're saying this would come out of our general fund if we didn't have these fees in place, but this covers all that.
We wouldn't have a general fund if we didn't charge fees, because as you'll see that the services provided, the applications will receive. When we budget next year, after we've had a full year of accounting, you'll see that we're gonna, with the way we're growing, we will take a lot of money in for building permits and what have you. But that's what it's going to cost to hire the staff, because we won't have the funds to hire the staff unless we have the fees to collect to be able to pay for their salaries, benefits, vehicles, etc. Yes.
Yeah, I think the important thing to highlight there that you're saying is this is part of our fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this community to make sure that this organization is solvent and all that. So I think this is a very important thing that you guys have put together, and I appreciate the time and the dedication.
Critically important. It's what allows us to be able to grow.
Yeah.
I got one question. Yes. After we have all these things set up, are we going to be prepared by July 1st to start receiving these fees? Are we in a situation that we can receive these finances, start doing the applications? I know Gabe's been working with Munis, so I was just wondering, are we going to be ready day one if we have these fees in place to start collecting on these?
What an awesome question. Through the mayor, Councilmember Tyler, Gabe, Janet, and others have been spending at least 4 hours a day, every day, for over 2 weeks with Munis to get the GL set up, to get all of our accounts codes set up, to set up payroll, benefits, retirement, all of those things. And it's going absolutely swimmingly. It's crazy to me because they come in the morning and they have a 2-hour meeting, and then they give them an hour or two over lunch to fill out all of the sheets that have to be filled out before the afternoon meeting. They send it in, and then they do 2 hours in the afternoon. And then they've got time at the end of the day. And like Gabe has been coming in early in the morning to fill out the spreadsheets for Munis so that they can have the setup on the next day. And they have done it super quick. So I'm not concerned at all from the finance side, but that's only one side of that equation. The second side of that equation is the ability to actually perform some of these duties. We clearly won't have the ability to do that on July 1st. So we will either contract with outside consultants to perform some of these functions, with Pinal County through IGAs to perform some of these functions, or a combination of the two. Hopefully that was a helpful answer.
And so basically these fees that we collect, if we do have to contract out, will be translated over to paying those contract works.
Yes, in terms of contractors, the fees we receive will be used to pay the contractors to do the work. In terms of Pinal County, if we utilize Pinal County, it will use their fee study until we make a full transition to the town.
Okay.
Excellent question.
I just want to give Gabe and that department kudos. I mean, those implementations take 6 months to a year to put forward, and to be ready by July 1st is an outstanding effort. So thank you.
And you got to also put this in perspective. They don't have staff members underneath them. These are the directors that are working as everybody in one body to get these things at lightning speed pace for us to try to be as best as we can prepared for July 1st when we're taking over services. So we got to give them enough praise and for everybody. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Anyone online? Councilmember Wolford? Oh, Councilmember Jenkins.
Just appreciate, because I know this was a lot of work. I know it is, coming from local government. And I just appreciate, all of this that you're doing to build this foundation for years to come. It'll always be remembered, and it's something that is the concrete of this whole operation, one of the things. So I appreciate all of you, the whole entire staff.
I think it also needs to be the relationship that we have with the vendors on this side too, and having them work with us in such a speedy manner and diligent manner, and paying attention and giving us the attention that we required in order to get these things implemented. Brett?
Mr. Mayor, I had a conversation with Chuck. What's Chuck's role? He's like one of the head implementation specialists for Munis. For some reason, he wanted to talk to me the other day, and it was to tell me that they have never, in the history of their company, and they work all over the United States and many entities in Arizona, they've never done a financial implementation anywhere close to as fast as the implementation in Santan Valley. And then obviously my question was, well, hopefully we're not losing quality by doing it fast. And he said, no, your staff's been great. They've given us all the information, and they're taskmasters in terms of expectations of how fast things are going to be turned around. But he was sharing it with me as a point of pride, not as a point of concern. I just thought that would be useful information.
That's very good. I think it warms our heart to know that Santan Valley matters, not just the community members, but those who are trying to help the services for Santan Valley. So it's been a great relationship so far with our staff and those vendors. So thank you. Okay. Any other comments? Councilmember Wolford, do you have anything online? I assume you're still with us.
Yep, I have nothing.
Okay.
But good job, everyone.
Okay, with that, this is an action item. There's no further comments or questions for staff. Is there a motion?
I move to direct staff to post the proposed Santan Valley fee schedule as presented, together with this supporting report on the town's website homepage for at least 60 days, and to post the required notice of intent in compliance with ARS 9-499.15, and to take all other actions necessary to bring the fee schedule back to council for consideration and final adoption.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, sounds like the ayes have it. Motion carries. Great. Put that posted. Okay, we're going to move on now. This is item number 8C as an annexation guide and application, a presentation, discussion, and possible action to adopt resolution number 2026-15, approving the Town of Santan Valley annexation guide and application regarding annexation procedures, submittal requirements, and related guidance for annexation requests. Brent.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor's members of council. Oh no. Okay, I'll try not to break it. One of the items that council has asked me about in the past, and certainly is an important part of being a city, is the ability for the city to grow. Our boundaries were set through the incorporation process, and we have neighbors on our north, obviously on our west, on our south, and we have state land to the east of our town limits. But there is a ability over time to grow through a process called annexation. So annexation is taking in additional land that's not within your boundary or within the boundary of another city. So that would be unincorporated county land for the most part, but it could also be state land, Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, any of those unclassified types outside of another municipality. Council asked me to take a look at this process, how it works, and provide some further clarification in terms of a process that we might follow if annexation is an option. So in terms of annexation, it's typically initiated one of two ways. Either one, the town becomes interested in annexing an area into their boundary that is adjacent to their boundary and is not currently incorporated into the town, and or a landowner or group of landowners would like to be annexed into the town for provision of services or any other means. So one of the things I included in this process, and I'm not going to read all this, everybody can read, is frequently asked questions about annexation. I thought this would be useful because this document is going to be posted on the web. It is not a simple process to annex. It usually takes 4 to 6 months, and it requires obtaining signatures, not just based only on property owners, but also valuation of the property. The process would start either by the town working through our community development department and Gilbert Olguin, or for a landowner or landowners to contact community development and to start the annexation process. To start that process, what I have below is an application, and I'll go through that here in a second. It is not free to go through the annexation process because it's a lot of work. Just the process itself, but also you have to provide a legal description, much like the town did, and mapping, much like the town did for incorporation. In terms of benefits, typically when an annexation takes place, municipal services would be provided within a short period of time. I think state law says that you have 1 year to provide the same level of service for the area it's annexed that you're providing for the rest of the area within the town boundary. One of the main questions that I have heard over the years in terms of annexation is, will my taxes increase? Well, that's an important question, and it's a fairly complicated answer. Santan Valley doesn't have property taxes, so in reality, your taxes wouldn't change at all if we annex something right now. In addition, we also do not have sales taxes. So if we annexed an area in the near future, there would be no impact. However, if we did have a property tax in place or sales taxes in place, if that area was annexed, they would then have to pay whatever that property tax is and sales tax. Here's the meat of the document. And in case anybody's wondering out there, the League of Arizona Cities and Towns has a wonderful informational document that you can go to that is very comprehensive on the annexation process. I know that I referenced it somewhere. It was, gosh darn it, I can't find where I referenced it. But if you go to the League website, they have a annexation booklet. The information that you see here either came from state statute or the booklet provided by the League. This process is so that we have our own application and process. It talks about the application process. It talks about the requirements of the application. It talks about how to submit and the various steps in the annexation process, including what's called the blank annexation petition process. That is how signatures are acquired, much like the mayor and council have been out collecting to be on the ballot. It's very similar for annexation. And once again, an evaluation by not only property owner, but also valuation of property. If the property is more valuable than others, it has a higher weight in that process. There is 2 different waiting periods and 2 different public hearings, as well as posting that occurs as part of the process as it goes through. The submission is provided to Pinal County, and Pinal County verifies the signatures, the legal descriptions associated with it, and puts it in a position where the council can adopt the ordinance to bring that individual area into the town. One of the important things to speak to is when a city or town annexes a piece of unincorporated county property, you have to do a translation on zoning, because much like when we approve our zoning ordinance, we will not have the same zoning classifications of Pinal County. Similarly, we would not have the same zoning classifications as Maricopa County. So what you do is when that area is annexed, there's a translation that occurs, and it's then zoned in a municipal zoning district that's closest matching the similar district as it existed in the county. So that's one of the things that property owners will really want to look at, because they won't want to translate into a zoning district that has less permitted uses, for example, than what it is in the county. That's one of the things that they have to look at. Like any ordinance, there is also a protest and contest period for 30 days after final adoption with respect to that result. I will tell you, we went through an annexation process when I was in the city of Maricopa. At the end of that process, when all the signatures were collected, turned into the county for verification, there was a contest and a protest that was made with respect to that particular annexation, and it didn't ultimately end up going through because of that contest. In case you're wondering why that is, there's some very specific laws in Arizona about joint tenancy deeds. We had some issues in Maricopa where there were a lot of joint tenancy deeds, and there was only one signature of, say, a married couple. You have to have 2 for it to count. So we had a number of properties where there was only one signature, and we actually had some where one person was for it and the spouse was against it. And we were close enough on our signatures that the city of Maricopa at the time decided to just forego the annexation itself. So how complicated is the application? We've tried to make this simple. What's the project name, date, parcel number, general location, who owns the parcel, what's their phone number, email address, they attest that the information is correct. Essentially the map, the meets and bounds legal description, and the properties that will be included for reference purposes. It's very simple to fill out, pretty simple process. But we wanted to make sure that came back to council with a process and a resolution should an opportunity exist for annexation in the future, that we are ready. So any questions?
Nothing better than a one-page document to get something going, right? Instead of
there
a
you go.
lengthy one. Okay, council, any comments, questions?
I got a question. So if we want to start annexing properties, say out towards the east of us, and we're talking about our zoning code, I would say that we would be better off trying to annex ahead of the builders actually going out and building, so we can have our own zoning codes. But I know our situation was unique to be able to annex that big property that we had, you know, because it was state trust land. So how complicated is that process to be able to annex before the builder gets in there? Or do we just say, let the county work on their zoning that doesn't match ours and then annex afterwards?
You always, if you can, want to annex before development occurs, especially if it's residential development, because the two primary revenue sources that you get from a residential community are the development impact fees, which we're going to talk about here shortly, and the construction sales tax. It's a money loser to annex an already existing subdivision, because you'll never be able to collect those funds. And as you'll find out as we talk about the budget, city's primary funding source in towns is sales tax. Not only not have a property tax, but even if we had a property tax, it'd be a very minor portion of our cash flow, probably 15%. You're never going to collect the tax money necessary to even handle the life cycle cost of upkeep on the streets if the subdivision's already built. So in theory, you want to get out ahead of development when you do an annexation. That said, our primary opportunities to annex on a large scale basis going forward are Arizona state lands, and that is a completely separate process. It's a multiple step process. I think you're all familiar with it, having to do with the Santan Urban Core, but they will not allow a city or town to annex state land unless the entitlements are in place and they participate and guide that process for the zoning and the entitlements on that property. Once that's complete, then there's a separate process that ultimately results in the state land commissioner actually being able to sign off on the process to do the annexation. And typically with the idea in mind of an end user, so that they want to have a reasonable time frame by which they can hold an auction and sell it, and then they add value to the property by having the zoning on it. So hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah. So there's a follow-up question on that. So if we're working through state trust to annex a property, say there's a competing municipality going for that, how would state trust or Arizona State Trust make a decision on between competing municipalities for an annexation?
I really can't answer that question because I don't know. What I would say is the State Land Department wants to have a cooperative and thoughtful, helpful relationship with cities and towns. So they would probably be very concerned about doing an annexation and choosing winners and losers. They'd probably wait or tell those entities to get together and decide how they're going to work together, just from many decades of working with the State Land Department.
Thank you.
I have three things, Mayor. The first one is under the benefits section. I was hoping we could suggest some improved language a little bit, just on the participation in Santan Valley government. I think we could spell that out a little bit more and really emphasize that, because I think it's the most important piece of all of it. And it's the ability to have a local voice and to have a local control over their future. And so I think including some of that language would be really helpful. The second,
That edit now, Robert?
Not on a PDF.
Okay, sorry.
great.
Good.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm telling you what, this staff is on it. You know, they move quickly, and I love it. It's great. The second thing is website. By the way, I just want to say, very innovative idea to have some of our ASU students to be a part of this for additional cost savings, give them the experience. And what an amazing thing that we can partner with ASU in that way. I really appreciate the innovation behind that. And so if we could have our ASU students make sure that this annexation page is really built out, and I'd recommend Queen Creek's annexation page. They've done a really thorough job with how they've approached it as an example. And then the last thing that I'd like to just kind of mention is during the incorporation process, I know there are a lot of areas around us that want to be a part of Santan Valley. Adrian Litton, I'm looking at here in the map, he drew the map with me during the incorporation process. And when we were going to the public, we thought the public would be upset about being inside the map. And the issue was quite the opposite. The people who were not in the map were crying foul of like, how do I get into the map? And so I think there's a lot of opportunity for annexation. I think the more we can broadcast this online, get the information out to the public, the more important. I think we have a lot of communities that are saying, hey, I want to be a part of this. And I also think, you know, with some of the state lands that are around us, I think we're really in a good strategic position and ability to enhance those areas for their best use. And so I'm just excited for the opportunity to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Any other comments, council members? Without this document, Brent, can we go forward with anything? Do we have to have this guide?
Or
annexation if someone came to us?
But what I would say is if you guys are comfortable with Janet making the update to number 7 that was suggested, then you could adopt this document. We'll make that change.
Okay. I think it's a good document for the town to have. We're trying to implement everything we can in the town, and it's good for us to have a preservation of our future too, for the possibilities. So I think this is a good thing. Should we take a 10-minute recess? I think I would like to take a 10-minute recess. Do we need 10, 15 minutes?
And we can, Vice Mayor would like to huddle with us. That'd be great.
Okay. So why don't would 15 minutes be too much or enough? Or 10 minutes? Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute recess and we will get back here. Why don't we just say 7:40?
Yeah, I got one of my associates to help me out, and he said, I got it.
We appreciate it.
You good? Okay, we're going to reconvene out of our recess. Took a little longer than we anticipated. So sorry about that, but we are back at 7:46. So we are back on item number 8C. This is the annexation guide and application for resolution number 2026-15 to approve the Town of Santan Valley annexation guide and application for procedures, submittal requirements, and related guidance for annexation requests. Is there any other comments or questions for staff from the council? Any at all? Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to motion that we approve the annexation guide and application resolution number 2026-15, approving this guide in paragraph 7 with amended language as follows. That will read, annexation provides residents and property owners the opportunity to participate in the town of Santan Valley government, including the ability to vote in town elections and have a voice in local decision making. Residents who annex into the town will have control over the future of their area rather than being overlooked by more distant layers of government. Additionally, benefits include access to fire prevention and suppression through private contracting with Rural Metro that is in direct partnership with the town, police services through an intergovernmental agreement with Pinal County Sheriff's Office, emergency medical services through American Medical Response, water and wastewater services through EPCOR or Town of Queen Creek, future parks and recreation programs, and the protection that comes from local zoning and building regulations.
Okay, there's a motion. I do have a question for staff because we're putting these particulars in. We will have to bring this back before the council in the future if we want to update and change language again, correct? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion as read in. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Councilmember Jenkins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sounds like the ayes have it. Motion carries. Okay. This will close out our consent agenda and move us into our presentations. The first item is 9A. This is a legislative update from our town manager, Brent Billingsley. It will provide an update on legislative matters affecting the town and discuss any relevant developments during the current legislative session. Council may discuss or have discussion that will follow, but we will have no action. Brent.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, this is the shortest legislative report that we'll likely have this legislative session. Not much has moved the last 2 weeks. And we found out this week, and I sent it out to the council. Essentially, the governor announced on Monday that she will veto all bills sent to her until she's able to reach agreement with the Republican caucus in terms of budget. So there's nothing to report, and it sounds like you've got some work to do down there. Thank you.
How long do you think that this process will take?
I asked that question of the league, Mr. Mayor, on Monday of this week, and I was told it's likely that this legislative session, much like last year, will probably go to the end of June.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for that report, albeit brief. There might be some out there that we may not be too sad about having a stay on it, but we'll see what happens coming up. Okay, this is going to take us to item number B, Development Impact Fee Study. This will be a presentation by the town manager that will provide an update on the Development Impact Fee Study for consideration. Council discussion may follow. No council action will be taken. Brent.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, it is with great pleasure that I announce that I don't have to present this item tonight.
Okay.
Ben from Tischler Bice flew in all the way from Virginia today to give us an update on the development impact fee study. Ben is with Tischler Bice, and he is phenomenal. Everything is posted on the website. I think we had mentioned at our last meeting that the land use assumptions, IIP, and development fees information needed to be posted on the website for public comment. It's been up for a couple weeks. And now is our next step in the process, which is to present to council where we're at in the process. Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Mayor, council members, we're going to jump right into it. We're going to do a very quick development fee basics, just bring everyone up to speed because this may not be something that you deal with every day. We'll walk you through the land use assumptions, the infrastructure improvements plan, which is essentially the level of service document, and then the proposed fees. So impact fees are one-time payments for growth-related infrastructure. Generally, you're going to collect these when the building permit is issued. You can't use these for operations, maintenance, repair, replacement, rehab. This needs to be for capacity adding infrastructure. Impact fees are not a tax; they are in fact a fee, but they are a fee that essentially binds you contractually to provide the infrastructure outlined in the infrastructure improvements plan. Any impact fee study has to prove three things. So need, benefit, and proportionality. Need would be system level improvements. So with streets, it's really easy. I say turn lanes into a development. That's going to be a project level improvement. It's really just going to provide a benefit to that single development. But adding additional lanes to an arterial provides capacity to the overall system. So those are the types of improvements we're wanting to look at, system level, not project level. Benefit to the fee payer, we look at that, it's really 2 points. So we look at service areas, and luckily you're geographically small enough where you do not need multiple service areas. If you annex in the future, you may need to adjust those and have multiple service areas. But as of today, a single citywide or townwide service area is acceptable. We also need to look at accounting and expenditure controls. So essentially, you have 10 years from the date of collection to spend the money that you've collected. That timer starts over every time you collect a new fee. It's 10 years from the date of that collection. So it doesn't mean that you have to spend, all your money within this 10-year window. It's saying that, whatever you collect this year, you have 10 years to spend it. Whatever you collect next year, you have 10 years. So it's always on, a moving basis. Finally, the fees need to be proportionate to demand. So in the fee schedules, you'll notice we have different fees for different land uses. And that's because different land uses have different demand indicators. So, a really simple way of saying this is, if we look at census data, we know that on average, a single family unit has more occupants than a multifamily unit. So if we're allocating costs per person, then a single family unit would pay proportionately more than a multifamily unit because of more persons at that site. You'll hear me talk about level of service a lot, but with impact fees, it's really simple. You can't charge future development a higher level of service than existing development receives, unless you identified an outside funding mechanism. Once we get into the park improvements, I'll expand on that a little bit more, but essentially you need to, issue debt or some sort of outside funding mechanism to set a level of service, and then you can charge an impact fee based on that. Otherwise, you've got to use your existing level of service to calculate the fees. So there are three general methodologies. There's a cost recovery approach, which looks to the past. Essentially, you've overbuilt and you want to buy into that excess capacity. You will not have a cost recovery approach in these proposed fees. There is an incremental expansion approach, which looks to today and says, this is our level of service. This is what it costs in today's dollars. We base the fee on your existing level of service. Finally, there's a plan-based approach, which looks to the future. Generally, you're going to have a master plan or a CIP that is very specific with, certain projects, and says, this is our planned level of service. And then we make sure that, if that is a higher level of service than you currently provide, that we break out those costs to say, well, this is existing development share versus this is future development share. I also need to look at credits. So a site-specific credit you handle after adoption. If a developer constructs or dedicates something that is included in the impact fee study, then you would just provide them a credit for that. An easy example would be, if a developer, builds or widens the street in front of their development, and it is not something that is required of them, but they go ahead and just do it. Maybe they're doing their half street improvements and they go ahead and just add the extra lane, then they would get a credit against that. Or if they, built a pickleball court or something like that for you in, a future public park, again, because that's something that's included in the impact fee study, you would give them a credit for that. The other two credits, a debt service credit or a dedicated revenue credit, those are handled in the impact fee study. Because you want to make sure that you're not charging twice for the same improvement. So if something is included in the impact fee study, but future development will generate some sort of revenue towards funding that in the future, we need to reduce the impact fee to offset that future credit. You'll see some yellow highlighting on the fee schedules related to construction sales tax. That's one we're still trying to iron out. But because the construction sales tax will likely be higher than the general retail sales taxes, the act or the Development Fee Act for Arizona says you need to provide a credit for that. So that's just one simple example, but we have not worked that out fully. But as you'll see in a couple slides, this is a long adoption process, unfortunately. So we're in our 60-day advertisement window. So those are things that, we're still working out. So by the time we have our first official public hearing, we should have that ironed out. So you'll see the actual fees.
Mr. Mayor, two things that I would add clarification for the public. We're using an incremental approach of the three that he provided previously that are options. And secondarily, the reason why you see the highlighted sections for the potential credit having to do with construction sales tax is because we haven't had an opportunity to establish a model city tax code and a TPT. So once that is established by this council, then we'll be able to do the math to determine the offset.
I was going to ask.
Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah. It's tied into
To our TPT, so that's why we're kind of at this beginning stages. Okay.
And I'll get back to that once we get to the adoption timeline. So you'll see how much time we actually have to sort of work through this. So in Arizona, there are three required components for an impact fee study. There is the land use assumptions document, which is essentially, how much existing development do we have? What do we think the next 10 years looks like? There's an infrastructure improvements plan. So that's your, levels of service. It's the, cost of infrastructure. You actually adopt those two documents first, and then you adopt the development fees, which you're going to see the proposed fees tonight. They will change once we, make the adjustment for construction sales tax. But you're going to see those fees every time this is presented to you, because we don't want it to be a surprise at the end. But you do have to have, two separate hearings to adopt the development fees. The act defines, necessary public services. So essentially, what you can use impact fees to fund. So they need to have a life expectancy of 3 or more years. They are limited to, a few categories. This, initial development fee program, we're looking at streets and then parks and rec facilities. So the project timeline, we kicked this off in January. With Brent and Allen. And then over the last month or so, we've doubled the team with Gabe and Chris coming on. But essentially we, advertised April 2nd. based on the language in the act, you can't hold a public hearing for at least 60 days. So we're using this 60-day window to have a work session, get a little bit further on, the construction sales tax discussion. Right now, it is planned to have the first public hearing on the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvements plan on June 3rd. You can't have the adoption for at least 30 days, but it needs to be within 60 days of that first public hearing. So right now, it's planned for a July 15th adoption of the land use assumptions and the infrastructure improvements plan. Then you have to advertise the development fees, which you already know at this point, the next day. Then you have to wait another 30 days to have the public hearing on the development fees. So that should be August 19th. And then that same 30 to 60 day adoption window for the development fees. So that would be October 7th. And then you have to wait at least 75 days for the fees to become effective. So December 21st will be the first day that the fees could actually become effective. You can delay that. You just can't go any sooner than 75 days. So are there any questions related to the potential adoption timeline?
Just a lot of moving parts here in order to get to the end result. So it's a lengthy process. Now you know why we started this as soon as we could. So no, any council members? All right, thanks, Ben.
All right, so earlier I mentioned that these need to be proportionate to demand. This shows some of the demand factors. So at the top, that shows, for residential units, we're looking at 3 types of units. So a single family, a multifamily, and then a mobile home or other category. This shows census data. So you can see that, a single family has 2.96 persons per housing unit. Multifamily units can have 1.9, and mobile home or other units would be 1.53. This is how we're adjusting the fees. So when they're assessed per person, you'll see that 2.96, that 1.9, that 1.53 in the fee schedule. That's how we're making sure that the park fees are proportionate to demand. On the bottom, that shows employment density factors published by the Institute of Transportationeers. It also shows the trip generation rates that we're using. But essentially, this is another way for us to make sure that the fees are proportionate to the demand by the different non-residential uses.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Brent.
I'm going to decode this a little bit. We've got Census Bureau data on the top from the American Community Survey based on the 2020 census for the census tracts in this area. At the bottom, the ITE manual is a series of engineering documents that are used by traffic engineers to determine how traffic is generated, 24-hour period, 12-hour period, AM peak, PM peak, based on use. So when you look at that table, when he says trips generated, that is a vehicle trip to someplace, from someplace. But that is a one-way vehicle trip. So I just wanted to kind of let everybody know what some of those technical terms are. So it's how many trips are being generated per employee for that type of employment.
I noticed this chart in the thing, and so it's showing 107,000 population for Santan Valley. That would make us the largest incorporation in the country's history, over Florida. And then the multifamily, there's so little multifamily. We have more mobile homes than multifamily in Santan Valley.
So 2 things. Not only do we use the Census Bureau data and ITE information, but Audra, who was nice enough to join us tonight from MAG, one of the things that you saw in her presentation is they do the pop tax. So they make the annual population estimates and the mid-decade population projections and participate in that process for the state of Arizona, especially when you get into the transportation piece. But in the transportation piece, in order to essentially decode the socioeconomic information that is part of the justification of the fees, it's based on MAG's population numbers and how they are allocated in what are called transportation analysis zones. Another part of her presentation was that they have the second most sophisticated transportation model in the United States. That model data is how we arrive at the socioeconomics as well as the population. So I hope that was helpful.
I know we're using a lower population account for our state shared revenue, roughly 91,000 that was given to us by the Bureau. Do you know when we'll have this more updated number for stuff like this that we're working on?
Vice Mayor, we were really hoping to have it this year as part of the mid-decade census estimate number, but since Santan Valley wasn't created until after July 1st, we have to wait one more year. But MAG is pretty confident that we have about 107,000 as it stands now. You have to be really careful when you do this work, and I have made this mistake before. You don't want to underestimate because that causes problems with your justification and your data, but you also don't want to overestimate because then you end up with lower fees than you needed if the growth percentage is if you start too high and you don't grow, then you collect less fees. So we had a long conversation amongst Alan, Ben, and I about which number to use to be most try to hit the target in the middle, if that makes sense.
And we got 2030 coming up for another census, and I'm sure that number will even increase more.
All right, so this shows the development projections. So we use MAG data. However, because you weren't incorporated when MAG released their data set in 2023, we're relying on the traffic analysis zones that generally make up Santan Valley. So what we're projecting is, it's the increase in those traffic analysis zones. Luckily, most of the new development or the projected development will be within your boundary, and so it's easier to sort of exclude what's already existing that we know is not within your boundary, and then make assumptions about projecting forward. But essentially, what this is saying is, if you grow how MAG is projecting, you should see an increase of, just over 17,000 people over the next 10 years. And when we convert that into housing units with the census occupancy factors we saw on the previous slide, that's about 6,000 new housing units. Most of those are going to be single family units, a few multifamily units, and then some mobile homes in there as well. On the non-residential side, we're using the MAG employment projections, which say, about 1,800 additional jobs over the next 10 years. And then we can apply those ITE employment density factors to convert jobs to additional square feet of floor area. So those 1,800, additional jobs, that's about 1 million additional square feet of non-residential floor area over the next 10 years. So are there any questions related to the land use assumptions?
You said these assumptions were before we incorporated?
So MAG generally releases a data set every 4 years. So this is their 2023 data set, but they should have a new one brewing now.
Yes, I would assume that with us being incorporated and the amount of momentum that we're going to be carrying forward, that especially these employment numbers and other things are actually going to accelerate significantly. So it'll be interesting to see the next report.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, excellent point. This is an interesting science to do this and to satisfy state law. The one thing I just wanted to clarify for folks is if you're looking up there and you're saying, well, we're going to grow by more than 17,000, we're undershooting the mark, or we're going to garner more employment than 1751 or more floor area ratio than 1037, that may be the case. But you don't want to overshoot those numbers because it makes your fee go down. And if we grow by 20,400, you still have a fee. It's not like you have to stop collecting the fee when you reach 17,400. So you have to kind of think about the big picture and how the model works, because really this is a mathematical equation, if that makes sense.
And you are required to update every 5 years, but you can update sooner if things change. So if costs change drastically, if your growth curve is, way higher than, we're projecting now, you can always update sooner. I know it's a lot to think about your next update when you're just starting your first study, but you can go sooner. You just can't go longer.
So there's certain triggers that you're saying that would prohibit or advance us to have a sooner update than later. Is that correct?
Mayor, yes, you could say, hey, if we're growing at double or triple the rate that is projected in this study, it probably makes sense to go ahead and update sooner than 5 years.
Okay.
Remembering that it does take, at least a year to go through the study and adopt. So you're really looking at, 4 years from now would be the latest you would want to start the update.
Okay.
One of the things I was just reflecting on is the fact that MAG is working on, updating the regional transportation planning model now. But at some point here in the very near future, after July 1, town of Santan Valley is going to begin work on a regional transportation plan. As part of that regional transportation plan, we will work with MAG, and all of our transportation analysis zone, all of our TAZ data will get what we call in the industry refined. So from big transportation analysis zones that have very general information, when we do our transportation plan, there will be a lot more smaller transportation analysis zones to reflect an urbanized area and growth patterns. So it's highly likely in the next 2 years, we'll have much better data than we have today. And when we get that data, it might make sense to do an interim update, if that makes sense.
Yes.
All right, so we'll start with Parks and Rec. We have a single townwide service area. We're looking at 2 components. So there's a plan-based component for park improvements, and then there's a plan-based component to pay for the development fee study itself. One way to think about the expense of the development fee study is you really only pay for it once because you're collecting money now for your next fee study. So essentially the impact fees generated now will pay for the next one. So really, again, you're just paying for it once. So if we look, 10 years out, there's, the idea of developing a park within the town. And I'll give you a little bit more detail, over the next few slides. But the idea is, if you try and build a 20 acre, call it phase 1 of a larger park, based on the existing development you have today and 10 years of projections, we can justify up to, about 3 acres of that with impact fees. That'd be about $3.2 million. The remaining, $23-ish million is existing development share. So you, and I'll go ahead and jump over this, you have no level of service today for park improvements. So you can't have a fee based on 0 level of service because we can't charge future development for a higher level of service than existing development receives. So we're looking at a plan-based approach to improve 20 acres of parkland. This does not include the actual acquisition of parkland because there are some potential sites available. However, this is the cost to improve a future park site. We got this with our work with Pinal County for the Santan Valley Regional Park. I can't remember the exact name of it, but essentially it's a 100-acre site, and the cost to develop that was about $113 million, so about $1.1 million per acre. And again, because you have no level of service, if we were trying to allocate the cost of this, the 100-acre, build out over the next 10 or 20 years of development, you would generate some or a decent amount of revenue. But again, because you have no level of service today, it makes sense to, break this up into smaller chunks.
Let me translate. Since we have 0 acres of park in Santan Valley and development impact fees can only be charged for the impact of future development, it's hard to change the level of service when we are at 0. So what Ben is showing you here is by looking at 20 acres, if you look at the green number on the bottom right, we stand to collect about $3.2 million in development impact fees for parks. The number below it, the 19.416, that's what we have to contribute as the town in order to collect $3.2 million, because somebody has to make up for the lack of park space now in the level of service calculation. So for us to collect 3.2, we got to spend 19.4. As you can imagine, our original draft of this, take all those numbers and multiply them by 4. We have 10 years to do this. It's pretty hard for me and to ask council to say, oh yeah, we'll just come up with $100 million for parks so that we could collect 20. That's a bridge too far. So this is getting our foot in the door. This is moving in the right direction. And this is focusing on a commitment as a first step towards parks diff in the future. We really need to own some land and we really need to have some level of service in order to provide a better financial pro forma going forward in terms of those enhancements. That's the challenge of working with the ARS statutes that relate to this. When development impact fees first came out as a tool, they were much easier to use. The process to approve them was much easier. Over time, the people that don't want to pay development impact fees have gone back again and again and again to the legislature to make it more onerous, to make it more difficult, to provide more reporting, to make the process longer, because they don't really like development impact fees as a tool. Was that helpful, Ben?
It was. Thank you. But the big takeaway with this component is that to get that $3.2 million, you are committing the town to the 19.5 million. And, it's a big sum, but again, because we can't charge a higher level of service than existing development receives, you've got to get there eventually. And, really the only way to do this is to, have some outside funding mechanism to raise that level of service. And once you have a level of service, it's much easier just to, maintain that and say, okay, well now it is, we've reached a, desired level of service. So now it's just maintaining that. And now it's 100% growth related. Whereas right now we're trying to make up the deficit so we can, break even.
If there's anybody watching us out in TV land that was opposed to incorporation of Santan Valley, let this be exhibit A in the court case of why Santan Valley is in a much better place now than it was prior to incorporation, because issues like park space, you just never would have had it because this is a heavy commitment. This is detailed and difficult process. Once we have these diffs in place, we have biannual audits, we have annual reporting. This is a lot of work and a lot of time and a tool that can be utilized to benefit the residents that puts us in a much better position going forward. And I thank the council for being willing to go down this road, because we talk about building a foundation. This is one of the bricks. This is kind of a painful brick. It's a $20 million brick. But if we don't put these bricks in place, we'll just continue to have zero.
Right. And as I mentioned earlier, the other component is the development fee report. Essentially, we're showing 2 full updates because you're doing this every 5 years. It's a 10-year study. So we're just taking the cost of this update, multiplying it by 2, and then, allocating it to 10 years worth of development, which gets us to this point. So we take the cost per person or the cost per job, which is on the non-residential side, and we multiply that cost by those demand factors that we talked about earlier. So for a single family unit, it's $182.48 per person. They have 2.96 persons per housing unit. So we should charge $540 per single family unit for parks infrastructure. It's a similar calculation on the non-residential side. We have a cost per job of $35.51. And then we just multiply that by the jobs per 1,000 square feet of floor area, or per room for lodging, or per bed for assisted living. But it's a similar calculation, the cost per job times the jobs per unit. And it's important to note, on the non-residential side, your industrial, commercial, office, institutional, those are all per 1,000 square feet of floor area. So a 10,000 square foot building would be 10 times this amount shown.
Oh, yeah, Brent. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, here's exhibit 2 for why it was important to incorporate Santan Valley. When you look at Ben's table, if you look up there, it has proposed fees and it has current fees. Current fees have been paid for parks and recreation through Pinal County. And yet you have 0 square feet of parks in Santan Valley. That fee has been documented and collected by Pinal County as a countywide fee for parks and recreation. But none of those collected fees from the county have been expended in Santan Valley. So here's Exhibit B.
So this is a question about those fees that have been collected. You said they had 10 years to spend those fees, correct?
That's correct.
So where did they spend all that money at?
It's a countywide fee, so they can spend it whatever they have planned in the county. Majority of all the DIF funds that the county collected went to the county park that's up off of Peralta Road by Gold Canyon. And more recently, the county is working on a regional park just west of Maricopa in the Maricopa Mountains.
I'm just curious to how much of those fees came out of Santan Valley.
I'm not sure you can see how much came out of Santan Valley, but Pinal County does post on their website their annual reports on DIF. So you can actually go on there and look at every single year since 2007 when they started of how much was collected for parks DIF for Pinal County. And I'm not saying anything bad about Pinal County. They're built this park over here in Peralta is a wonderful park. It's a great resource, but limited money and a county that's 5,000 square miles, and they're trying to provide regional services to all county residents.
My comments were more associated to why it was important we incorporated, because the majority of those funds came from here that paid for parks outside of Santan.
Right. And then last thing to point out, the yellow highlighting, we still are discussing, how we're going to handle the construction sales tax credit. But if nothing else changed, just adding the credit would reduce all of these fees. So again, if we don't make any changes to the park improvement component or the development fee study component, then these are higher than you'll actually see in the adoption process. All right, so any questions with parks before we move on to streets?
Questions? All right, thank you.
Oh, forgot this was in here. So this just shows, the 10-year revenue collections. So again, we're looking at about $3.2 million in projected revenue, and about $22.5 million in, total expenditures. But again, that's, increasing the level of service for park improvements. Now we'll move on to streets. Again, a townwide service area. We're looking at two components. So we still have that plan-based development fee report component to pay for the study, but we have a street improvements component. This uses an incremental methodology, so it maintains the existing level of service. So this is where we start getting into a lot of data. I'll try and make it simple. But essentially, this is showing your existing street segments. So you have about 104 existing lane miles of street improvements. And this identifies additional lane miles, or essentially the build out of these segments over time. We're using this to show that there is a need for system-wide improvements, and that these are some potential improvements. You don't have to build any of these. The benefit of an incremental methodology is that it uses today's level of service and a cost factor, and it says you need to add additional capacity improvements. So it could be that you decide to widen a street or build a brand new street that's not on this list, and that is completely fine. This is really just meant to show your existing lane miles and then potential build out of those. But really, we're just using this to say, if you're building, $273 million worth of street improvements, and that adds about 137 lane miles, then, really it's $2 million a lane mile. This is our travel demand model. And so you can see at the top, these are all of our, trip factors, the trip adjustment factors. You go towards the middle, that's the, average trip length, the vehicle capacity per lane. But essentially, we're multiplying all those factors at the top
Hey, Ben,
by projected development.
I think it's important that we share that although we showed 117 lane miles or whatever it was on the previous slide, that's not all of our miles of road. Keep in mind, those are regional routes.
Right.
We have over 300 lane miles of total roads in Santan Valley. These are just the regional routes that require improvements. I just wanted everybody to know that.
Correct. And, we're not including the local streets within a residential development because those are project level improvements. It's not a system level improvement. This is really meant to sort of build out your grid. And then as development occurs, those developments are building within that grid. But essentially what we're doing here is, say if all these, trip generation factors are true, we can multiply that by, 10 years of projected development. And, at the bottom of those red boxes, you can see in our 2026 base year, you have about 104 lane miles. Well, if we maintain the level of service over 10 years, then we need about, 18.6 additional lane miles. Again, you could build from this list, or you could build something else as long as it is a capacity adding project. So this is how we actually come up with the street fee. I mentioned earlier that $273 million to construct 136 lane miles. That's $2 million a lane mile. Then we can look at our existing lane miles of about 104, the existing VMT, and so we can come up with our existing level of service.
VMT stands for vehicle miles traveled.
And so essentially what we're doing here is saying, well, if we know how many VMT is generated by different types of development, and we know it's $2 million a lane mile, we can come up with, an average cost of about $230 per VMT generated to come up with our fee. Just like on the parks where we said, here's a cost per person, and we can multiply it by the average occupancy. With street fees, we say, well, this is a cost per VMT, and we multiply it by the VMT generated by different types of development.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm sure some people in the audience and maybe watching online are saying, balderdash, there's no way it costs $2 million a lane mile to build a road. Well, a couple of years ago, it was $1 million a lane mile. the research that we did initially working on this study came up with around $1.8 million a lane mile. I had a meeting with all the city managers in Pinal County, and they're all closely analyzing their development impact fee studies, and some of them Ben is actually doing for them. And I shared with them, I'm a little concerned with this 1.8 million a lane mile, with how costs have continued to go up over the last year. And they said, Brent, you better at least have $2 million a lane mile. One of the people that we talked to are going with 2.4. So it is 2 million a lane mile. And then Chris back checked it against county bids on real county projects and confirmed that 2 million a lane mile is the appropriate figure to use.
So this would be Exhibit C. If we would have built these roads earlier, we wouldn't have had these costs.
All right, so this shows the proposed street fees. So as I mentioned earlier, we take that cost per VMT, we multiply it by the VMT generated by different land uses. That VMT per unit is the sum of the vehicle trip ends generated, trip generation rate adjustment, trip length. A lot of factors go into that. They're all outlined in the study. But for a single family unit, if it's almost $231 per VMT and they generate a little over 24 VMT per single family unit, then they should pay about $5,600 per single family unit for street improvements. The current street fee for Pinal County for the North Central service area, which is the area that surrounds you, is about $2,600. I think you see the proposed fee for the county in a slide or two, but this reflects the increased cost to construct street improvements compared to even a year or two ago.
Ben, if I might, again, just kind of help those folks watching. I said before that the parks fees for Pinal County were countywide. The streets fees are not. There are 5 different areas of the county because the county is so diverse. And obviously, what's called the North Central District, which is what we're in, is the most urbanized and dense growth in the county. There's an Eastern District, there's a Northern District, there's a Western District. So there's one for Maricopa, one for Casa Grande, one for the Copper Corridor. They all have different fees because the way that this analysis is done is very different. There's far less trips in Mammoth or San Manuel, but those trips are way longer than the trips would be in Santan Valley. So when we do a comparison, the current fee that's shown there is for the North Central District for Pinal County. I think it's an important note that in 2020, the county significantly reduced its development impact fees for transportation. So the previous study actually had a higher amount than their current fees. And then they're also working on doing an update at this time. So I hope that was helpful information.
Quick question on the streets. You had the list of costs on all the lanes for those improvements. I saw a few of those that I think the county has already earmarked for. Was that taken into consideration on the cost?
Yes and no. The beautiful thing about this process is we have an opportunity to edit these results for the next several months until we start adopting documents. One of the things that Alan and I are very involved in right now is trying to understand how to translate and develop an agreement with Pinal County to make sure that we're being consistent with state law and investing the funds that were intended to go in this area into this area based on those collections. Depending upon how those negotiations turn out, we could be adding or removing things from that list, if that makes sense. They used a plan-based approach in their 2020 study. So they essentially identified 7 different projects in North Central 5 of those are in Santan Valley, but they're only into their study 6 years, so they haven't collected for the full 10 years. So obviously they couldn't complete all the projects that are listed. So we've got to figure that out and figure out where that crossover is and how those funds are to be spent on those 7 different projects, if that makes sense. Thanks.
All right. So, over the next 10 years, we're projecting about 37 million in fee revenue. Part of that will be offset by the excess construction sales tax. But essentially the idea is you still have 37 million in street improvements to build. It's just part of that would be offset by.
To translate, the fee charged as part of the diff fee to develop one of those will be lower because of the adjustment on the construction sales tax. The thing I wanted to point out here is, unlike parks, we have a lot of roads. We got a lot of congestion. We got a lot of traffic. So there is a level of service that can be established on the transportation side. And that's why you don't see an additional investment on top of this. It's not to say we aren't going to, we clearly are, but the calculation is different because of the amount of infrastructure that we currently have, if that makes sense.
All right, so this shows the residential summaries. So at the top, those are the proposed fees. So a single family unit proposed fee is about $6,200 before a credit, about $3,100 for a multifamily unit, and mobile homes or other residential units, about $5,100. The current fees, again, that's for Pinal County's North Central service area. And the bottom shows essentially the increase compared to what development is paying in the county today versus what they would pay under the proposed fees. We do the same thing for non-residential. So proposed fees at the top, Pinal County's current fees for the North Central service area in the middle, and then the increase or decrease at the bottom. It is important to note, currently development in the county would pay for a public safety fee in Santan for mostly it's the Santan substation cost recovery. That is not something that is included in this study. So that's why you see that decrease at the bottom under public safety, because that fee would go away under this approach, because you don't own that, and the debt is the county's debt. And finally, this shows for a single family unit, the non-utility development fees for some of your neighbors. And so you can see the Santan Valley fee right towards the middle. That's the proposed fee of $61.70. Towards the bottom, that's the existing Pinal County North Central fee adopted in 2020, about $3,300. But you can just see a comparison to some of your neighbors. But you can see with the asterisk, those are the proposed fees of some of your neighbors who are in the adoption process right now.
And Apache Junction is updating theirs. They're two steps above us there, but they're updating their fees right now and likely see an increase.
Yeah, we have a public or work session and stakeholder meeting in Apache Junction on Monday. So after Monday, I can show you their fees. So that is the final slide. Do you have any questions or comments?
Council, any questions or comments, or is it clear as mud?
Great work. Thank you.
That's a lot. I think if anything, we can see the impact development has to the area and how much the costs are on these things. If we didn't have certain fees, I know there's some that might be opposed to these diff fees, but I mean, you're looking at financials that the town would have to come up with in order to pay for these things on our own. And these numbers are huge, large. So I think this is a great study for us to, I'm glad we started it in January, because look how much further behind we would be at this point with that projected timeline that we have. So any other comments or questions for Ben? Okay. Ben, thank you for hopefully you flew out without a layover or anything and you got straight out.
Luckily, it's direct.
Okay. But it sounds like you're in town because you're going to be working with another municipality here.
I will
Soon.
fly home tomorrow morning.
Oh,
but
wow.
I will come back on Monday morning.
Wow. You're putting some miles on. So we appreciate you coming out for us
Thank you.
and for all the hard work that you're doing with our staff.
I will see you very soon for the first public hearing.
Another flight. Look forward to it. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. That is going to bring us to our item number 10. This is any request for the council to identify any matters for possible future agenda consideration and may request information or staff review through the town manager. No discussion, deliberation, or action will be taken at this time other than identifying topics for future consideration in accordance with Arizona open meeting law. So to the council, is there any future agenda items or discussion you would like to have on a future meeting? Any at all? Any from Councilmember Wolfert?
Nothing here, Mayor.
I just wanted to make sure you were still with us. Just testing you. Okay, well, with that, we will now move on to call to the public. Item number 11, citizens desiring to speak on any issue within the jurisdiction of the town may do so at this time. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person, subject to adjustment based on time constraints or meeting management needs at the discretion of the mayor. All comments shall be addressed to the town council as a whole. At the conclusion of the call to public, individual council members may respond to criticism made by those who have spoken, direct staff to review or follow up on matters, and or request the matter be placed on a future agenda item. Arizona law prohibits any town resource, including staff time, equipment, and anything of value to influence an election. This prohibition applies to call to the public at the council meeting. You may also discuss a town issue, but do not advocate for a specific candidate or ballot measure. Okay, at this time, we'll open up this call to public. Is there any members in the public? I see one hand. If you'll please come forward, state your name and your residency, either in the town or not. And you got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Jeannie Stockton. I live here in Santan Valley. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council people. First of all, I'd like to say, Garrett, you guys forgot one important factor. I had a question that I was going to contact Garrett for this morning. Garrett has ESP. He called me at the exact moment. Brent's my witness. So this guy walks on water. And Garrett, we all love you. Okay, so what I would like to bring up, in previous meetings, we discussed development fees, and in some instances, the county did not charge development fees on some of the build outs. So if there's anything that has already been approved, it's been platted, but the county has not charged a development fee, is there any way that the town can now go back and charge a development fee? Because as I understand, there's a little bit of a problem adding a development fee now if it had already been approved at a county level. So I would like you to look into that and provide feedback to the community. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Jeannie. Is there anyone else in the audience? Okay, please come forward. State your name, residency, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, the 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. I do live in Santan Valley. My name's Karen Mooney. I'd just like to say, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, again, another great meeting, a lot of great information. And I just think you guys are making phenomenal headway here. It's just, I'm floored and my head is spinning and I can't imagine you guys sitting up there. So, and then we go to Garrett. You are going places, young man. You have just done a phenomenal job, and I am honored that you were a part of the groundwork here for Santan Valley. And I just can't wait to see the things that you're going to accomplish. And your boss, Dana, is just tickled pink with everything that you're doing, and she knows that you're going places as well. So great choice, and we will miss you. I'm sure Dana DeLong will be wonderful, but we will miss you, Garrett. And the ESP, he's just right on top of things. And then my only other comment tonight is about the annexation presentation. And I know you can't answer any questions, but part of our community, as I've mentioned before, was left off. Not to anybody's dismay, but the map started prior to them being annexed into our HOA. And I'm just not sure that we should have to pay those fees to get a small section of our community annexed into us. It's like, we have these rules and we're not part of the incorporated area. So I'm just not sure if that's something that can be looked into in the future. It's just a, I think I'm not sure if both of them are left off or just one, but it's about 800 homes. So that's it. Thank you. Look forward to the next great meeting.
Thank you, Karen. Anyone else in the audience that would like to come forward and make a comment? Anyone at all? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close the call to the public portion of the meeting. And is there any council member that has any direction for staff based on what we heard?
No.
I think I want to make a comment to about what we heard about the county development fees. That's in process. We're trying to figure things out. So there's really nothing at this point that we can report on. I think the annexation part, I think that's Santan Heights, if I remember that correctly. That will be something that we should probably just look into, figure out that process there and how much and everything. Might be a good thing from my perspective on something to direct staff to look into. Okay, any other council member? Okay. We will move on now to item number 12. This is going to be an executive session. The town council may vote to convene into executive session for the following items. Item number A, which is a discussion and consultation with the town attorney on negotiations of potential intergovernmental agreements with Pinal County for continuation of various services pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 and 4. Item number B, discussion or consideration of employment compensation and proposed employment agreement of the town manager, and discussion and consultation with the town attorney regarding the same pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1, 3, and 4. And item number C, discussion and consultation with the town attorney for legal advice and discussion regarding ambulance service contract matters pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A3, and A4. Okay, so we got a few items on the executive session. Is there a motion?
I move that we adjourn to executive session.
Second.
Okay, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are in executive session.
Action of council.
Her question was,
And I probably should make a Do I have a motion to reconvene our regular session out of executive session?
I motion to reconvene out of executive session to regular session.
Your second? A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, we do have item number 13 on the agenda. This is item 13A. This is the employment agreement for town manager. This is a possible action to approve an employment agreement with Brent Billingsley to serve as town manager. Is there any discussion, questions, or motions?
Mayor, I move to approve the town manager contract as presented with the annual salary of $268,000.
Is that going to suffice?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. Motion carries. No further business on the agenda for tonight. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
Good night, everyone. Take care. See you next time.